There we go. Yeah, I'll be in general. Who cares? It's fine. I'm actually curious if this will actually do the opening cutscene again. So we'll wait. We got time. Whew. 2019. What a year. So I know nothing about this game at all, other than it's a fighting game. And it was interesting because I had Aoyori. Let's just go with expert and see what it does. Unique features of this game. Alright, cool. Basic understanding of fighting games. True. This wall text probably won't completely make sense the first time around. You might be stumped at first, but just keep them in mind. Knowing it, getting it, and doing it are all different things after all. Let's jump right into expert tutorial. Man, Arcana's support, knight, and element features. Commands for summoning each respective support knight. These are the elements associated with each support knight. Okay. Right, so elements and their commands. Cost associated with summoning each support knight. A higher summoning cost means you can cancel more types of skills. They also have their stat layouts. These show support knight types. There are 3 types in all: attacker, saboteur, and supporter. Support knight stats found here. Attack speed and range are each shown using the 3-star scale. Okay, so 3-star being the top, I would imagine. When you slot in support knights, the health boost provided to your character by each shown by number of hearts. Okay. Select a knight set. You can always redo your selection before the start of each battle. Okay. 3 preset knight sets have been prepared for you. We recommend choosing one of them when in doubt. Knight sets can be customized to your liking. The sets are comprised of 3 support knights. Let me just check the audio. Audio is working good. Pay attention to the stats, cost, and elements of the 3 support knights you select. Keep in mind that you cannot pick the same support knight twice. Also, their summon commands are affected by the order they're placed in. Okay. Elemental Blade adds fire, ice, or wind elemental attacks during attack. Add element to charge based on character and attack type. Fire elements add damage over time effect on top of your regular damage. Increase the duration of your opponent frozen place. Right. Oh. So wind just is recovery. Interesting. If you land subsequent attacks from the same element, an elemental bonus will occur. The attacks will inflict bonus damage. Landing an attack of the opposite element will result in elemental counter. Launch your opponent further than usual attacks, allowing you to perform follow attacks. Okay. Activate an elemental boost during an attack. Cancels immediately preceding attack, enabling you to execute combos that are not normally possible. So element changing extends combos is what I'm getting from this. During elemental boost, you are able to cancel abilities that cannot be normally canceled. Some attacks become susceptible to jump cancel and others to an elemental blade skill cancel. Okay. Higher summoning cost can cancel more types of skills during Million Arts Knight summons. Okay. Cost 1 summons only affect normal attacks and elemental blade costs. Cost 2 summons affect all the above even skills. Cancel million skills on top of those. Million Knight summons can only be cancelled by other Million Knight summons. Lower your character's health when you activate a limit break, the higher the boost your elemental gauge receives. Okay. Your support fairy 2, don't you have some advice, Well? Huh? You're gonna need more than surprise faced, okay. Battles are fought on the battlefield, not the sand table. Lag behind and you'll find yourself toiling away in a bun factory. Shouldn't you? In this game, the customization feature allows you to swap in many different types of support knights in order to devise a strategy and tactics. Okay. Start by using the presets. Once you get the hang of how the game works, you may find some interesting combinations used by your opponents that you may want to try for yourself. Wish you the best of luck. Okay. Might as well do the story, right? Ooh, fancy. We do have a lot of color palettes going on, and I'm appreciative of that. Trying to see if there's any black-haired ones, but I don't see one other than this, like, almost greenish one. Yo. Alright, we're gonna do this again. We're gonna do the default sets, but like the fact that Ono's there is kind of nuts. I want to go with variety, that's the thing. We've woken from our slumber. So we must carry out our role. Britain is now in turmoil. Take the Holy Grail variant created from this flesh and fill it with Arcana blood. Oh my god. Take the Holy Lands variant created from this flesh and destroy the Holy Grail. The released energy will create a distortion in space-time. And bring the Arthur we seek here. We finally got some new Arthurs. The way you yanked out that holy sword proved it. So that makes the two of you the 2,151st, 82nd, and yeah, okay, nice. Good numbers. Nimane, hail the new rulers. Niue, praise to the new king. Now with the introduction out of the way, are you ready? Ready for what you ask? Why to battle, of course. This is how the strongest of Britain will be decided. The ultimate contest for supremacy. The Great Tournament of Britain. So you have one of Merlin's projects, created to be a human-like fairy to bridge the gap between the two races as an interpreter. However, she was too human-like, making her unable to communicate with other fairies or use their simple magic. She is presently serving the Arthurs, but after noticing something strange in the fairies Nimane and Niue, who have appeared with newly chosen rulers, she decides to join the great tournament to investigate. Two new Arthurs, a young man and a young woman, are inside historians from the future. They carry with them the Divine Chronicles, otherwise known as the Akasiac Record. What a strange commonality. And their supporters, Nimane and Niue, have the scent close distant to mine. Yes, the scent of a natural artificiality. I have hypothetically determined someone was involved in their creation. This cannot be allowed to pass unhindered. I will join the tournament not only to aid the Arthurs, but to accomplish and withdraw from the investigation. He said some things. So, what are my commands? During high jump, double jump, dash. Uh-huh. Problem is, I don't know what D is right now. Aurora Ray. I need to know what my commands are. Button config. Okay, so A, B, C, and then D is A. Got it. Evade, limit break. Throw is left trigger. Element boost is right trigger. So down C is a technique. I don't know what technique. Freezing seal is just hold the button. Any attack button. Aurora Ray and Blizzard Sweeper. Okay. Those are two buttons for Deadly Sphere and Glaring Light Wave, which is a DP command. Also uses 100 meter. 200 for Million Excalibur. Healing Arts. Ooh, nice. Okay. I'm getting there. It's going to take a minute for me to understand, but I will get there. I don't know what the combos are yet. Again, like they're throwing me an easy one here, but I'll figure out what the combos are later. So, the Akisic record or whatever they possess, authentic? No one likes a skeptic, you know. Didn't you see for yourself? They called the travel guidebook, but it totally had information about the future written in it. I understand your lack of trust in fairies, but you cannot deny that they successfully pulled out the Holy Sword. Of course, I realize that they are true Arthurs. However, I also realize that the Divine Chronicles from the future of theirs has brought chaos to Britain. Those who want to be known by future generations or who wish to know their future selves, or themselves, are causing a terrible commotion. That's why I said we're holding the tournament. Once that's settled who the strongest is, everyone will bathe them for sure. You have a point. Very well. Continue with the tournament. I leave its undertaking in your hands. Thank you very much. We can fulfill our role now. Let's stick with our ice theme. We won't ask why she's riding a vacuum cleaner, because I have no clue. Oh, what should I do? The dwarves said my beauty should be preserved for eternity, and they will not be deterred. I joined the tournament out of consideration for them, but I do not much care for fighting. Losing in the first round would be the most effective solution. A successful failure. But I do not wish to disappoint the dwarves either. They are very determined to win, see? Don't ask me why Snow White's here. I have no idea. I missed. I do like her, like, having a Kamehameha wave, though. That's kind of cool. Ow. You thought. Are all my precious dwarves okay? Forgive me for placing so much of a burden on you. Oh, what is the matter, Nimue? Just now, there was some strange force. Come to think of it, I did feel an odd sluggishness, sort of like when I bit a poison apple. It was as if my energy was being drained. It was more than that. Some identified power activated and dissipated here. There's no need for investigation. I must examine it. What do you mean there's no need for investigation? I feel like there is a need for investigation. Let's go win this time. Why not? Ouch. Hey, you like giant balls of light? Okay, you do. It's fine. Sayonara. Hey, look at how full the Arcana blood in the Holy Grail variant is. It is definitely worth holding on to holding the tournament. When this vessel containing the life force of Arthurs and Fairies of Britain is filled and broken with another Holy Lance, we can create another path through space-time. However, the path will only carry one of the two back to their home. Oh. Still, just taking them back won't be everything. We must carry out our instructions and ensure everything goes to plan. Indeed, for they were installed into our bodies, making us who we are. Special beings fine-tuned by our master. Yep, so we have to keep on fighting and going. And then... only Arthur can hold the Divine Chronicle. Otherwise, it'll turn to ash. Or I will turn to ash. I have no interest in the Divine Chronicles that... I have no interest in the Divine Chronicles that I desire. What? However, I have another purpose. Please cooperate by interfering in my investigation. What? I do not understand what you say. But if you are an opponent, we must battle. I will reluctantly fight willingly if my hypothesis is correctly mistaken. Are you just contradicting yourself to contradict yourself? Damn it, why did the one that I like the look of have to be the insane one? I'm trying to do my unique thing, and you're not letting me do my unique thing. You suck. I missed that too. That's okay. We're getting serious now. Alright, fine. We're not playing nice anymore. I wanted to play nice. We're not playing nice anymore. I messed up. I didn't release it in time. There's so much going on in this background, it's insane. better. Forgive me, Arthur, I lost. I have determined and reneged the need for an apology. I have taken your data from the battle and discarded it. Every time we fight, we lose more life force. The supplementation drains. But why the distortion in space-time? Whenever the new Arthurs fight, that happens every time. Why are Nimane and Niue up to? Good question. Oh, Thief Arthur. Let's go Frost mode. I'm gonna get the grab. Can I not do the move? There we go. I was about to say, what's happening? I fucked up. It's okay. So there is block counters, and there is throw reversals and everything else like that, which is nice. You just couldn't let me do it, could you? Just couldn't let me do it, could you? I'm sorry, what? What did I miss? My head hurts. What's happening? Listen, my head hurts too. What the fuck just happened in that last round? It appears you're growing stronger at a faster rate than foreseen. The frequent disappearances have also been caused by a power growing too large to control. Whenever you and him fight, it creates a small distortion in space-time from which humans and fairies it traps do not return. It seems that the fact you are beings from beyond the space-time is the root cause, and the synergistic effect is causing the power to grow exponentially. This is most troubling. Truth be told, summoning two people is outside of our expectations. At least, it was not described in Merlin's plans. Merlin! For the time being, please allow your companions lead and keep your spirit strong. Otherwise, you will become consumed by the power. I apologize, but Nimane and I can do nothing to help. We can only act according to our inputted data. I must get home and help my brother. We'll get the Arcana blood, no matter the cost. So please, help. You are one half of the historians from the future. Your power is fearfully safe. Why do you speak in contradictions? I recommend saving and eliminating you. You're a fairy, huh? You kind of remind me of Nimane and Niue. The answer is understandably nonsensical. We likely have the same. In any case, you are an important trifle. Please retreat to a battle. If you do not obey, I will stop and proceed. Literally speaking in contradictions. Down! What happened? Oh, memes. They just don't know what to do about this command grab. They really don't. I apologize and take it back. You should not fight, but do battle. The power has grown too great. It is small. If you continue stopping to fight, your power will eventually swallow and spit out Britain. You aren't making a lick of sense, but I'm guessing I shouldn't be fighting for Britain anymore? Yes and no. I will handle the other historian and those two fairies, rest assured with fear. Sorry, but I can't do that. I have to be the one to stop her. Very well. I will force you to wait patiently. Ow! I dislike damaging a wounded enemy, but there was another method that was not available. The other historian I stopped will assuredly I will stop assuredly by chance. So please wait here a little longer. This tournament was insipid. I will kill every last Arthur and fairy in Britain to collect the Arcana blood I need so I can get home quickly. I was too late. Her will has already been consumed. I can hear it, the sound of my brother's blood, his life draining from his body. I must hurry and give him mine. For that I need power and Arcana blood. She will not answer no matter what I say. If this continues, Britain will. I'm sorry, I'm too weak, I'm sorry. I was so weak, but I pretended to be strong enough to hold out. I'm sorry. So die, please? Oh, this isn't good. She's completely lost. Britain's as good as gone if nothing is done to stop her. I knew you had Merlin sent on you. Is that person responsible? Oh, so you were made by Merlin. You should have also had a duty to help us see this plan through to the end with us. No, you are wrong. I will fight. Seeing the Arthurs fight so boldly to protect Britain has made me want to protect it too. Kodos. Hi, buddy. You okay? Well, it's Friday, so you're gonna go see the babysitter. Yep. Oh, I can do it in the air. That's convenient. The power is fading. The power I gained from battle. I'm sorry. I couldn't help. I'm a terrible sister. Please forgive the trouble I've caused. I just so badly wanted to go back with you. It seems the threat has been eliminated. With one possessing the power gone, so has the danger of Britain falling into distortion of space-time. Merlin's plan, the crowning operation, was to gather those with the strongest Arthur genes from throughout the ages to create an ultimate ruler. But it failed, huh? Transporting the whole of the progenitor rather than only their genes across space-time bore too much risk. The dramatic swelling of power produced an unexpected outcome. This ends the purpose we were made for. Merlin has probably realized the faults in the plan and put us to sleep. But it was Merlin's imprisonment that awoke us, therefore allowing us to execute the plan engraved into our instincts. It's unfortunate how bad Merlin's plan went off the rails. I'm sorry for the two of us got caught up in it. Anyway, we better get going. It only lasted a short while, but it was still nice being out and about. Not so fast. You call us here completely out of nowhere, make us fight, and then say it's over without saving anyone? I won't let it end like that. But nothing can be done for her. Look closer. She's still alive, and that fight just now filled the Holy Grail variant. Even if we both can't go back, you can at least open a path for her, right? And you're okay with that. You realize we can't make any more Holy Grail variants or Holy Lance variants. Those were created from our own life force, and if we make any more, we will cease to exist. That means using the second Holy Grail and Holy Lance for her sake means you can't ever go back. You'll be here by yourself forever. I'm prepared for that. Besides, here I can swing my sword around without needing to hold back. Doesn't sound like a bad way to pass the time. So go ahead and send her home, please. If that's what you want. It's all over. What will you do from here? We were fairies created to fulfill a purpose, but Nimane said we have no other choice but to disappear for our own failure. But then again, it might be okay to hang around for as long as our bodies will hold out. Huh? Why is that? You know how the boy is stuck here, right? Leaving him all alone after he made that sacrifice would be awfully distasteful. So now that crowning operation is recommenced, we have decided to watch over him. At least until he gets used to this world and can stand on his own 2 feet. He's the most adaptable, so it may be for the very short period. Yet in the meantime, maybe we'll invite you over for tea someday. We'd like to have a proper chat. and the other fairy created by Merlin that figure out what went wrong, where we went wrong. Yes, that sounds lovely. I will tell you all about the relationship between the Arthurs and fairies. Good old Merlin. Did they actually get somebody named Arthur Lansbury just for the joke? They're like, yeah, let's put an Arthur as our Arthur. Alright, what I need to see, though. There we go, that's better. So we did Nimue first. I think we've got some hidden characters too, which is a little wild. But the one that did catch my eye is, I think, Snow White's a grappler in this one. Gotta check out our color palettes, obviously. Unfortunately, like, I keep falling back to my default color set. It's not bad, but like, I don't want to do that for every character. And actually, I do want to customize my knights here a little bit. Because I want Akira Ono on my team. Absolutely. So we got a lot of clones going on. Little Gray. And it looks like we're still missing some here too, but that's fine with me. Ruler Supreme Guinevere. I want Gray in my first slot. I want Wind in my second slot. And you know I want her in my third. There's no way. I already did this. So they're all pretty ranged. Actually, they're all pretty far ranged, to be fair, compared to default. We awoken from our slumber, so we must carry out our role. Britain is now in turmoil. Holy Grail variant from flesh within Arcana blood. Take a Holy Lance, created flesh. Distortion in space-time. Arthur we seek is here. Yep. I'm just... If it's the same as it was before, I just want to pay attention to the new stuff. So this is all... Snow White was a knight whose beauty was said to remain untouched even in death. Although she herself lacks power, the seven shadows serve her throughout each battle. She is actually a replica of the original Snow White, whom still sleeps in the forest, ripening into the fairest beauty of them all. However, she is the envy of many, so she remains vigilant against any who would try to disturb her slumber. She enters a great tournament with the goal of earning the favor of the historians from the future and ensuring her beauty is known for all eternity. That seems kind of counterintuitive to what Snow White was. It really sounds like stepmother vibes. Although only at the demand of the dwarves. Okay, at the demand of the dwarves. Got it. Oh, why the commotion, my precious dwarves? You've been in high spirits since morning. What? You say there are 2 historians from the future in Britain, and whoever wins the great tournament will be recorded in their divine chronicles? Well, that doesn't really interest me. I'm confident in my beauty, but to join solely for that reason seems uncouth. Again, she seems like she is so confident as Snow White. That seems really off the mark. Besides, it would undoubtedly serve to anger Mother again. Excuse me, you've already signed me up. But why did I have to enter? I don't even know if this team works well together, but we're going to find out. Alright, I need to know my commands. Guilty headbutt, body press, and anti-air attack. Okay. Icy straight, ice tower, icy hammer. Yep. Command grab, frosted roar, stalwart defense. Jesus Christ. At close quarters. So it's all grapple, 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 grapple. Got it. I do not have a lot of speed, but that's okay. Got him. Alrighty then. Wonderful! This is all the same. Let me make sure I'm not missing something. So my command list. There is the roar. What were your heated smash? Got it. Hey, I didn't think you'd join the tournament too, Snow White. I wasn't intending on it, but the dwarves did it for me, saying that my beauty should be remembered for all eternity. I see. I guess good looks can be a curse, too. But I've always wanted to challenge you anyway, so this is a perfect chance for it. Here I come. Dwarves, help me! Is it... Wait, that missed? That doesn't combo? Alright, fine. I'm worried about how much damage that actually does. Why did I get swimsuit outfit? Excuse me? Ow, you're actually pretty strong. I didn't see that coming. I got all of my dwarves. Yeah, pretty much. Looks like I'm out. Much as I hate to admit it, you better keep winning since you beat me, got it? I'll continue as far as I can, although hopefully I'll stop short of winning the entire tournament. Otherwise it'll cause undue trouble. Oh yeah, she's level 1 there. Whew. I must defeat the historians and obtain their divine chronicles as surely please Arthur. Anyone who interferes turns into ash. I understand, then I suppose I should let you win. What? I can't? Wait, dwarves! You shouldn't start fights like that. I missed. She's great. I love that support. It's great. Why does she have a swimsuit costume? I lost the both battle in Divine Chronicles and must now turn myself into ash. No, don't! Wouldn't that make Arthur sad? It would. Then I won't. But you must obtain the Divine Chronicles in my place. Oh, alright. Perhaps bearing so many expectations is what happens when you're too beautiful. I pushed the wrong button. Can you believe that? I would like to get out of this corner. Thank you. Pretty good. Oh, I can't. Alright, fine. I guess that's a string. Why does that not connect? Does it have to be a raw grab every time? That'll work. Head hurts. What's happening? Appears you're growing stronger at a faster rate than we've seen. Blah, blah, blah. Power is growing too large. Space-time exponentially. Merlin. Okay, so this is the same as before as well. Are you one of the historians? I would like to ask for the Divine Chronicles if I may. I'm just a regular foreign exchange student, and the book is just a regular travel guidebook. But even if all that started from a huge misunderstanding, it's too late to go back now. I'm sorry, but I've made a promise with everyone that I defeated to win until I obtained them. So my dwarves and I challenge you. This isn't the time for it. I've got something more important to do, but I won't hold back against anyone who gets in my way, no matter how beautiful they are. Oh, did you call me beautiful? Yeah, I need to change my night mix-up. If you stand like that, you're kind of a dick. I'm just gonna say it. Dwarves are cracked. One, two, three. I'm getting hit. Ow. One, two, three. Hime-sama. I've defeated the historian. I suppose this means my beauty will be recorded in the Divine Chronicles for all eternity. No, that won't happen. Like I said, I'm no historian. Oh, is that so? Ah, so I must defeat your partner, too. That must be it. I should hurry and find her. Hold on, right now she's been corrupted by power and has gone berserk. You can't... I appreciate your concern, but the dwarves will see to my safety. I bid you farewell. Hey, at least wait until I'm done talking. Get back here already. Shoot, she's gone. I shouldn't have pushed myself too hard in that battle. There's no going after her with this injury. I just hope she can hold out until I recover. So this is the same as well. Sound of my brother's blood, knife draining from his body. Oh, okay. Blood. Oh, I've been compared to that too. Skin as white as snow, lips and cheeks as red as blood. Makes the fairest of them all. Wait, am I wrong? I'm sorry, I'm too weak, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. Please, so die, please. Yep. Mm-hmm. How terrible. Shouldn't you try to stop her? No, it's already too late for that. Her powers greatly exceed our expectations, and even if you do stop her, sending her both back to their home world is... Don't worry, my friends are strong enough. My beauty has no limits. Prepare for battle, dwarves. No, my 7 shadows. Which one's happy? And which one's dopey? That's what I want to know. Koros. You thought you could get away with that? No, 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 no. You're done. Oh, I missed. Never mind. The problem is with EI Arthur right here, she kind of reminds me of Narmaya. And if she plays like Narmaya, she might be my favorite. But I have to get there. I just wanted to try out the grappler to see what was happening. You thought... Oh, that confirms off a ground bounce. Alright, cool. I didn't know that was an OTG. One, two, three. Powers fading. Plan from battle. Sorry, I couldn't help. Terrible sister. Unforgettable. Threat has been eliminating. One's stronger brand of face story. Merlin's plan, but it failed, huh? Aw, they're adorable. I don't quite grasp what happened, but it seems like the incident was resolved. Oh, what did you say, dwarves? You're disappointed there was no Divine Chronicles in which to record my beauty? It's quite alright. Beauty does bring light, but it also summons forth darkness in turn. My beauty causes madness, as seen with my mother. That's why I feel living in peace deep in the forest with all of you suits me better. And... oh, there you are, Snow White. I came for tea. The occasional tea party with friends is all I need. That's not a mouse. Put it down. Here, I brought some freshly cut game with me. That's one of my dwarves. Square Enix. Now who to pick is the question. Like, I don't want to end up picking all my favorites and then ending up with, like, the ones I hate. So, I kind of want to get some of these dickheads out of the way. Let's see. Like, Claveret, I'm thinking is interesting. Don't know much about Twinblade. I think he's kind of douchey. Zex, also, like, everybody on the outskirts is fine. And these are only 10, and there's 13 of these. Are you always blonde? Please tell me. Okay. What What an unfortunate color palette you have. Oh well. Oh, it's character specific. And he's got his own set. Oh, I see, I see, I see. So the 3 costs are over here. Got it. Okay, that makes much more sense to me. Diva does seem interesting. I know I'm leaving my girl Ono out, but like, I just want to try some of these out. Ruler Supreme Guinevere, though. You have my interest. I don't get what the numbers are supposed to be signifying here. He was a candidate for the ruler of Britain, fighting for the right to wield Excalibur. Although wise in politics and trained for swordsmanship, he had never once participated in actual combat before pulling out the Holy Blade. He strives to maintain order in the turbulent land of Britain with swordplay and chivalry. To determine if new Arthurs are truly historians from the future, he joined the Great Tournament. Is there truth to the rumor that there is newly by the world historians that are come from the future? Yeah, okay. Whether there is truth to it or not, the Divine Chronicles they hold clearly contains a record of future events and locations, such as King Arthur's grave. I hope not all of the records are nearly as unpleasant, but why the need for a tournament? It is something those two strange fairies, Namane and I think it's like Ninue or something. It's really hard to tell. They stated the winner's name would be renowned far into the future. The ones that could speak human language? A clear sign someone else is involved. I cannot overlook this, so I will enter myself. I need to see his move list first. Command list, technique, forward B and forward heavy. Wow! I don't know what crown swordplay means, but alright. Flash of fire! Rolling fire! Heavenly rise to hell. What does the star mean? Can also be used midair. Okay, got it. Oh my god, he's got a command grab? Yo? I have to try that out. Path to heaven! Path to glory! What just happened? Oh, I used Guinevere. I was like, what the fuck did I just do? Oh. Why? Why did you need to do that? Okay then. Melon. I feel a mysterious power from you. It resembles mine, but is decidedly not. Who are you? I'm just another Arthur, you could say. Now I go by the name Zex Siegfried. You appear to be one of the raiders. Know that I show no mercy to my enemies. Okay. Hey, if you want to brawl, then you got one. I've always wanted to know how strong Arthur was for myself. There's only like 12 of them in this game, so you can't miss Sex. I'm just gonna tell you. I missed. Oh, that was not the right move. I got it. So that's the power of an Arthur, the Pillar of Britain, huh? Thanks, I learned a lot. Why have you joined the tournament? Were you tempted by the glory and prestige offered by the historians? Nah, not really. Just wanted to see what the fighting of real Arthur was like, that's all. See, although we came to blows just now, I would like to have a proper conversation with you eventually. No, not Nimue! Honestly, I know I picked her first, but I really like her fighting style better than most of the characters right now. She's really, really good. Okay, so that's the same. Oh, a duel against another Arthur, and one from Camelot at that. Perfect timing. Care to exchange information? If you know anything about the recent disappearances, I'd appreciate you sharing it with me. Disappearances, you say? Unfortunately, I have no knowledge of the sort. I'm not sure if you're holding out on me or if you're actually clueless. Maybe you just need a little persuasion. Leave your shirt on, damn it! Really? No one in Camelot knows about the disappearances? Ugh, that was a pointless battle. Perhaps you'll be more careful whom you challenge next time. But I am intrigued. Is not some fairy mischief? No, they have nothing to do with it this time. If anything, it seems to happen only when those two fight. The pair with the Akiza record, I take it. Very well! I will investigate on my own end. I do not foresee a pleasant ending for this tournament. Flame on. Never mind. Put your clothes back on. So their power grows larger with each battle. Understood. Thank you for the information, Faye. Hey, are you going to talk to me anytime soon or what? Pardon the delay, I was just talking about you. Historian from the future, chosen by the sword. I have determined that I cannot ignore you any longer. I mean no ill will, but your battles end now.
Forgive me, but I was informed that if I had let you continue unimpeded, your power would have grown so great it would swallow all of Britain into a distortion of space-time. What? That's ridiculous. You are aware of the frequent disappearances, yes? You and your companion are the cause behind them. Each time you two fight, it opens a distortion in space-time. Although only a handful have fallen victim thus far, your continued participation in the tournament would eventually destroy all of Britain, huh? As its guardian, I must not allow that to happen. Whatever your purposes is, please forgive my violent reception. You don't have to apologize, you were just doing your job. It was I who was stupid enough to be tricked by Nimane and Ninyue. But still, I want to help her return home no matter what. The other historian who came with you? Right, she's not herself now. I'm only able to stop her, so ow. Do not strain yourself. You suffered a serious injury in the last battle. You are in no condition to fight. But I have to stop her, otherwise she'll kill every single Arthur to collect Arcana blood. It is my duty to protect Britain, therefore I will stop her. Rest assured, I will act in your stead. I don't like it, but I admit you'll probably do better than I can right now. Fine, you can handle it. She's been my friend for so long, I can't stand seeing her like this. So I can get home quickly. She's acting unusual. She has already lost her sanity? I can hear it. The sound of my brother's blood is draining from his body. I must hurry to give him for any power and Arcana blood. That engorged power has taken over her soul. If I left ignored, the distortion in space-time will swallow Britain whole. But before that happens... Did you know this is going to happen? No, this is an unforeseen development. We are mere puppets, dolls serving to carry out Merlin's plans of creating the strongest Arthur. Merlin? Even more reason I must bring her plan to a halt. It seems the threat has been eliminated. One possessive power is gone. So Merlin was able to have his way with Britain even after being imprisoned? How many schemes of taking the crown had that old fool concocted? And those two were not historians from the future? The Akisiac record, too, nothing but a fairy tale? No, they were truly from the future, but the exchange students, or whatever historians claim to be, said it was called a travel guidebook. How confusing. But if they're not historians, then what idiotic tournament was also over? Then the idiotic tournament is also over. Yes, okay. It is time to act for the sake of Britain once again. I must prepare the round table at once. And Arthur? Sorry. I have been called to training with the young lad from before. What? He's still alive? What about the crowning operation? Yeah, don't worry yourself about that. It seems he has no intention of becoming king. Just pure love of the thrill of battle. And he helped me realize that I should forget my duties as an Arthur and fight for the enjoyment of it. He did? So I'll leave the cleaning up for very capable hands. Wait just a moment. This is improper to foist your troubles onto me and run out to play. Do you hear me, Arthur? Okay. He reminded me to be irresponsible and do what I want to do. You know, in a way, that's fine. In a way. What does this mean? I have some other Arthurs here. I'm not against that idea. Wildcat Arthur. Huh. Okay. So there's the main story, and then I think there's the extra parts. Which is why those other Arthurs aren't selectable here, because they weren't here for that first one. So the rest of the cast I'm okay with. I think I want to do Zex next, just to get him off the board. Oh, that's a level 2. Zex was a man-made hero created by the Raiders, avowed enemies of Britain. He was subject of an experiment where he was bathed in the blood of the dragon Fafnir and become a magical power source. Then he used the cursed gauntlet and Varanot bracers to control knights like a mock round table of Britain, becoming what is called a replica Arthur. Those circumstances drove him from the Empire. He has returned to Britain to join this great tournament to fight the Arthurs again. An extra from the Camelot. They've got some new authors who are historians from the future, huh? And they even have an Akisiac record containing events from the future? The Great Tournament of Britain will be held soon. The name of the winner will be remembered for all eternity, so anyone desiring that honor should join. That's all it takes to get Britain excited. This will never fly in the Empire. But if they'll allow anyone to join, this looks like a good chance to fight some Arthurs without anyone getting in my way. Time for a workout.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
Command list. Anti-air attack. Okay. Element charge possible. Gram Bolmung Nosong. When element charge active. Damn, brutal.
すまないな。俺負けるわけにはいかないもんでね。
あんた強そうだね。かかっておいでよ。This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge. やったな。シャッ。やったな。
かないもんで。
Aren't you a strange one? Your power resembles that of us Arthurs, and yet it's different. Who are you? Good guess. I'm Zex Siegfried. Strictly speaking, I am both an Arthur, and yet I am not. From the sound of your name, I take it you're one of the Raiders. Then I have no need to hold back. Good. That's the last thing I want anyway. I'm going to go all out too.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
Are all raiders as clueless as you when it comes to how to treat a lady? Sorry, I can't control myself against an Arthur. That does nothing to prove how you're not one of the raiders. Normally I would ask what someone like you is doing here, but it would not be the spirit of the tournament, so I'll let it slide. You're not half bad for an Arthur. Glad I got to fight you, thanks.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
What I'm curious about is what happens after I use that ultimate. It looks like nothing. Garments indicate affiliation with the Raiders. You are an enemy of my ruler's allies. Hypothesized confirmation of relation to the recent disappearances. What? A fairy? Figures Britain would be crawling with them. What's that about disappearances, though? Internal presence of Holy Sword confirmed. You are both an Arthur, yet not an Arthur. A very unusual commonality ending in the beginning of combat. I've got no idea what you're trying to say, but it's pretty obvious you're looking for a fight.
目標を確認しました。保護して排除します。This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. Press battle. Judge. 倒します。起こします。排除します。着撃です。平気です。止めたり動かしたりします。回避します。すみません。いやこっくり蜂のように蝶のように刺します。いや回避します。直撃です。前にヒレスが良いわ。倒します。やりますか。触れますか。攻撃です。激弱です。当てましょう。外します。来てます。平気です。外します。何かをビンビンかこっちです。息の根を止めたり動かしたりします。自信こっちに行きます。たまにまたやってください。この布は倒します。起こします。しっかり行きます。空が回ります。地面が止まります。危ないです。息の根を止めたり動かしたりします。のんびりガンジないです。しっかりぽっくりしてください。強敵です。激弱敵です。休みません。痛いです。危ないです。休みません。気持ちいいですか。痛いですか。回避します。直撃です。休みません。働きません。やり直せます。素直に諦めましょう。
だぜ。
ドロドロです。危険が余裕です。すみません。その程度。後に行きます。たまに負けんち来てます。危ないです。余裕でピンチでした。余裕で返しました。完了しました。
知りたいんだ。俺のこの手で何がつかめるのかを。
Ending battle. Target is dangerously safe. Not as dangerous as the two historians and their fairies Nimane and Niue. They have similarly different scent compared to me. The shrinking expansion of power causes disappearance, and then the distortion space-time warps and mends. A rapid response is sought and rejected. Good day. That was a load of gibberish, but I think it made out that those historians and the fairies are up to no good.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. Press battle. Judge.
That's what I get for trying to do goofy shit.
負けるわけにはいかないもんでね。
I've been looking for you. You're the historians from the future, right? Only because of my huge misunderstanding. Doesn't matter how many times I tell people we're just foreign exchange students. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I don't have time to talk right now. I need to try and get the two of us back home, even if it turns out to be already too late. I don't know what your story is, but I can't let you shake me off that easy. Show me how strong of an Arthur you really are.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
You're being silly over there. I feel a strong will coming from you, like you want to help someone. You're right, I'm trying to help her. That girl who came with me to Britain has been my friend since we were young, but now now that growing power is about to consume her. She's not herself anymore, and I'm the only one who can stop her, so ow! Hey, are you alright? Sorry, I might have gone a little overboard. You don't need to apologize. Battles are better when both sides don't hold back. Anyway, see you around. Whoa, where do you think you're going? You couldn't fight a flea in your condition. I know that, but I've got to try, otherwise she'll kill every Arthur and fairy in Britain to get arcane blood. I don't want her to get bloodier hands anymore. So that's why you're fighting as an Arthur, huh? I don't care about any of this Arthur weirdness. I just want to pay her back for always watching out for me when growing up. Alright. Then you rest up here while I go stop your friend for you. Not to rain on your parade, but you can't do anything right now, and since it was my fault, I'll take your place. Are you sure? Absolutely. I'll get her back to normal and drop her off here. So you're his friend, huh? Didn't expect you to be this crazy already. I can hear it. The sound of my brother's blood is... No good. She's completely lost her marbles. I mean, she does say the same line every time. She's completely lost. Britain is as good as gone and nothing's done to stop her. Hey, you fairies. Is this your doing? No, this was an unforeseen development. We are mere puppets. Dollsters carry out Merlin's plan of creating the strongest Arthur. Spare me to drivel. I made a promise. I'm going to keep it by stopping her.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
Are you okay with that? I don't understand everything, but from the sound of it, you can't go home anymore, right? Well, not a whole lot can be done about it. It's basically he who chases two hares catches neither kind of deal. What do hares have to do with this? Never mind. I've forgotten no one in the world, in this world, would know any of my world's proverbs. But it's all part of starting a new life here all on my own. Hey, I know our backgrounds aren't exactly the same, but I can't go back to my homeland either. So why don't we keep each other company? What, trying to cheer me up? You're terrible at it. Well, excuse me, Arthur. I'm just trying my hardest here. No, I appreciate it. Cheer me up a little too. Besides, my friend would hate herself if she saw me all mopey. Yeah, my name's Zig Segfried, but Ziggurat's fine too. Do you have a name besides Arthur? Yeah, I'm... Okay, good talk. Watch it be like Yusuke. Or Hiro. Or something weird like that. Ooh. I mean, I think we all know where I'm going, but dang. Where are we? Weren't we just in the cathedral? Yeah, but then the light suddenly enveloped us. So I don't know what's going on. Oh, we got a call to make sure my brother's okay. Nope, I'm not getting a signal at all. Shoot, figures this would happen right when we need to get home. What do we do now? They need my blood for the transfusion. If anything happens to them all... Get a hold of yourself. I thought you were the calm and collected one. Your brother's a lot tougher than you think. He'll hang on until we get back home. Do you wish to return to your world soon? Then allow us to help. And who are you? We've called you here to Britain across time and space by virtue of the fact that you possess the essence of King Arthur. And not just a gene, but as a whole. Normally you would train with the other Arthurs to refine yourself and become splendid rulers of Britain, but if you don't wish to stay, we'll have to send you back. It's part of our duty. Honestly, I didn't understand any of that. But if you can send us back, then the sooner the better. Our little brother's life is in danger. Now, there's no need to panic. First, we got to get the preparations in order. You need to gather so-called Arcana blood in order to return you to your world. Simply put, it's the life force of Arthur's and the fairies here. We used up all of our Arcana blood to summon you, so we have to start all over. Then please tell us how we can get it. It's quite easy, really. You just fight against other Arthurs and fairies and keep winning until the end. But you have to get equipped before any of that, so don't try... why don't you try pulling this out? What is it? The Sword of the Chosen. Those who could remove it gain the right to become an Arthur and rule Britain. It is one of the steps to returning you home. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Wait, shouldn't we figure out what we're getting into first? We don't have time for that. We're in a hurry, right? So let me pull the sword then. There's no need for you to get involved. The way I look at it, I get involved the moment I showed up here. Besides, I want to help save your brother too. You're just as stubborn as anyone as ever once your mind has been made up, huh? Okay, let's do this together. If it'll get us home, we'll become Arthurs or whatever else we have to do. She was a student who was studied abroad in a culture exchange program. During a tour of landmarks related to King Arthur, she became caught in the distortion of space-time and was flung to Britain. After becoming an Arthur by pulling out the Excalibur at the fairy's direction, her travel guidebook was mistaken for the divine chronicles known as the Akashic Record. For this reason, she was incorrectly believed to be a historian from the future. In order to return home to save her dying brother, she joined the Great Tournament. Those aren't practice swords, are they? We're being thrown into actual battle with real weapons. This is really happening. I understand you're uneasy, but I have been installed with support software to help bring out your full potential. Software in an age of Arthur? I'm only getting more confused. Please don't be concerned about that. Come, let us make preparations at once. The other challengers are waiting to face you. And there isn't much time. I hope he'll be okay as long as he stays focused.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge. このくらい。悪く思わないでください。
You know, it was on sale. I said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do it. But hello, Homura. How you doing? Why is that such a long charge? Like, oh, that's a reverse. Okay, that's cool. The game's getting the port's pretty bad. I mean, I get that. And again, there's a lot of competition out there, but I still enjoy going back and playing them, so it's fine. I'm trying to remember. stance cancel combos you can't do. Yeah, fair enough. Like, I'm trying to figure out the whole Hyoka thing and all that sort of stuff. I don't quite understand it. Pierce through is like... Well, again, I just started playing this character right now, so I'm just like trying to figure out what's going on exactly. But we'll get there. It's fine. Neko. But it does seem like with her speed and everything, because she's crossing the field super quickly, like, I could see, like, combo videos of, like, going 0 to 100, like, real quick. Oh, that's her DP. Oh, I missed it. No, I get that. Like, again, like, I've just got this game today, so I'm trying out different things. I don't know what anybody does yet or all that sort of stuff, so I'm figuring it out as I go along. So I'm mixing up supports, I'm mixing up, like, characters, all that sort of stuff, just being like, okay, what does this do? What does this do? See the historian from the future. I know what the answer will be, but would you mind letting me have the Akisiak record? Again, I'm not too worried about it. If, let's say I was doing it competitively, right? I might look up something, but this is just for fun at the moment. That's a sudden question. I could ask you why you want it, just for future reference. Because it's worth a fortune, obviously. As a thief, I can't simply let a chance to obtain a priceless artifact pass me by. So you're a thief, are you? Then I'm very sorry, but I can't let you have it. All she heard was thief, and that's where it went. Just gone. I do like the hoodie. Okay, so that doesn't go into each other. I thought it might, though. I was trying to slip under. And not that they've been doing a good job of it, because I think the bot level is a little bit low right now, but they haven't barely been blocking anything, so it's just like, alright, this is free. I don't mind that, but it's really hard to like gauge what's effective and what's not. Oh no, for sure. I'm sure like there are some insane players of this game. No doubt in my mind. Yeah, roll seems to be like pretty strong. I was using that on Snow White earlier, like just to get the command grab, and it's just like that seems really strong to just roll in and do that. Forgive me, but I have to win the tournament if I'm to save my little brother. That's fine, but if you could confirm for me, are those fairies called Nimane and Ninue? Yeah. Not because I'm godly, but the game has no player. Listen, I get that. Yes, they said if I won the tournament, they could send me to my friend back into my home world. Okay. I see. Let me give you a friendly warning. Don't trust the fairies. They didn't act according to any human logic. Take care. I really, like, I started with Nimue just because of, like, the look. I didn't realize she was riding a vacuum until later, but I really like her playstyle. Nice. Listen, that's more than I could ever say in any fighting game I've ever played. And that's not for lack of understanding, because I've been playing fighting games for about as long as I've been existing, so, you know. Wait. What did I get there? Cross air? How did I get crosshair flash? I don't even have any idea. Sickle Slice? I do want to see Sickle Slice. I mean, it's literally in the name. Oh, that's what that is. That's pretty sick. Listen, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. The fact that you even entered a tournament of any kind says more than I could ever say. Because if I was going to enter a tournament, I only enter with my friends, and I wouldn't enter like a real tournament for any reason. Not because I hate the idea of entering a tournament, but because I don't like the whole random online element of, I don't know who the hell I'm going to run into. And I know the easy answer for that is just, hey, become a part of the community, but like you said, there might not be a community. That just seems OP as fuck if you get it out. That covers so much ground. So this is the same cutscene as before. And again, you'd think from a Square Enix game there'd be a little bit more, like, not saying that the gameplay's bad or anything, but there'd be a little bit more attention to like some of these details. but maybe they weren't expecting, like, a lot of attention. I just like the fact that Ono's in it. Like, we got a Yori and Ono, and I'm just like, yes, that's perfect. I feel a power in you that's like mine, but different. Are you an Arthur? Yeah, I know. Not exactly. For now, I'm going by the name Zek Siegfried. That's an interesting way to introduce yourself. If you want to dig deeper, have at it. But first, show me the reason why you're fighting as an Arthur. Yeah, shouldn't she be like an Artoria? Hey, you like ice? Ah, fuck. I messed up. So she doesn't really have a dash so much as she has like a skip. And that's probably a good thing. It's just like, I really want her to run. Which I can only do with her move. That flower's a hit, right? It's not a command grab or something weird, is it? AI just doesn't block? Fair enough. That's what I was thinking. It was just like really hard to tell because it's like it's landed every time. Sometimes frame traps. Yeah, I get you. When I was playing him, like that seemed to be like his universal tool, just to like do big damage, and you know, it really just opens up his kit. It's like you just need to grab somebody and then move on. It's like steel power, blast them. Steel power, blast them. Steel power. Okay. You've got a firm belief in your sword, but I can also see impatience and fear. Are you scared to fight? Don't be ridiculous. This is for my younger brother. I'm not afraid to do anything. No skin off my back if you don't want to admit it. Anyway, there have been a lot of disappearances around here lately, so watch out. Jump B, huh? I'll have to look into that because I don't know what his jump B was. Or I don't remember what it was. Disappearances, like how my friend and I disappeared from our world? I wonder if fighting really is the solution. It was 2 slashes? Good talk. about to say, you're not getting that. See, I'm just trying silly shit to see what works. Like, again, like, it's just me testing things out. It's just like, alright, what works? Because every game I play, fighting or otherwise, is different. It's like, if I play Strive, I can air block and everything else like that. If I play Street Fighter, I've got a wall break mechanic. Just like, it is how it is, you know? For this one, it's just like, what does work, what doesn't work. And it's like, half the things I expect to work does, and the other thing is just like, it doesn't. I wonder what charging that move actually does for me. Like, what does this do? Does it increase the damage? It just delays it? Wow, I whiffed. That was a huge whiff. Yeah, I know about the D. Oh, I teleport into it. That's good. I didn't know. Or do I not teleport? I'm very confused. Do I teleport into it or do I not? It looked like I was. Maybe I was just stepping forward. You cancel your super into level 3 assist. It just seemed like it. Maybe I was just really close. Because I think she steps into that. Because I was like right next to him a couple of times when I activated it. My head hurts. What's happening? Yeah, I think so. Wait, does this transform my character? I still don't understand why she loses control here. Because from the story I've seen so far of her, it's just like, whatever. Hall's historian has been discovered that your power is growing at an alarming rate with each battle. If you continue to fight, we believe it will create a distortion in space-time that will swallow all of Britain. So lay down your sword. Write this. I will get back. I have to save my little brother's life. So you will move. What? Has your will been consumed by the power already? Then I must fight with my whole power. This whole thing about the little brother needing a blood transfusion, though, is a little bit wild to me. Just something they threw in, just like, yeah, that's why. Why not? I do like the reverse. Just having that available to cover my back end, especially like moving in, it's really strong. Got him.
手加減は無用です
Overhead slash, yeah. Yeah, I like the sickle move. It's just like, I don't know if it works the way I want it to. Because I'm thinking... I'm trying to find the low here. I think it's that one. There it is. Oh, I thought maybe. I thought maybe I could convert that. Alright, that's fine. So, a mechanic I don't fully know yet is the limit break thing. What's the downside of limit break? Because I haven't seen it yet. Every time I do it, it's either like a random combination of things, or I just feel like getting some extra meter for free. Yeah, the burst. Your power has grown that great? I wasn't even using like ultimate power. To get back, I need Arcana blood. The life force of fairies and the Arthurs, but I don't have enough, so I want yours. Okay, so it's just a get off me tool. Got it. Okay. Oh god, did I really just kill his ass? No, what am I? Yeah, I noticed that. Like, there's no penalty for like using it. Is there anything that happens if like if the bar drains, or does it just recharge? I guess the only negative is that you can't burst again after bursting once. You can help my brother, but not like this. Still, you must keep control of yourself, otherwise the power will seize you. Huh. So there's no negative. It's free meter and a get off me tool. Alright. Yes, what is the matter? I'm losing control over myself. I'm scared. I must kill Arthur. Must collect Arcana blood as far as I can, or fast as I can. Yes, precisely. For that, you will need to kill the fairies and Arthurs of Britain. Kill, I need to kill. I can hear it, the sound of my brother's blood, his life draining from his body. I must hurry and give him mine. For that, I need power and Arcana blood. So this line makes more sense now that I know what her fucking story is. I was like, why in the hell is she talking about, like, her brother's blood? So you finally lost yourself to the power. How unfortunate. I'm sorry, I'm too weak. I'm sorry, I'm so weak. I pretend to be strong enough to hold out. I'm sorry. So die, please. Where am I? Is that me? Can you hear me, O ruler? You are in your spirit world, and in the real world you are running berserk after being completely taken over by the power. I see, so this is within me. My weakness. Not afraid of battle and consumed by power. My true self. I have a question. If I defeat that, will I return to normal? To be honest, the odds are split. Even in victory, your mental scars may be great. I see. But what if I lose? Oh no, did they all die again?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got slippy ship.
Peppies. Falcos. Falco are dead.
Why did you let them die? How could you?
Look at them.
I
Down.
see that.
Down.
Yeah, why? Then what little remains of your will is likely to fall to the power, and then you will be swallowed up by the distortion of space-time. Well, I guess you gotta save him next time. In that case, I won't be able to get back with him, and I can't save my brother. Essentially, a vain death. I must apologize. The increase in both your powers was completely beyond our expectation. We never thought anything like this could occur. No, from the moment we ended up in Britain, all of our fates were decided. If nothing else, I want to save everyone in Britain, because I, too, am technically an Arthur. How do I unlock her? I probably can't, but, like, that would be so cool to have just as an option.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
But I want to be broken. I know. Like, what would be great is, like, a secret DLC, like, a year from now, where it's just like, oh, by the way, we unlocked her now. I'm dead. There's no way I'm alive. Again, I was just doing random shit, and it did not work. I missed.
私ができるすべて届いてエクスカリバー乱れ雪月間手加減無用ですカーニョバトルジャッジ
I keep thinking I'm getting the input, and it's just like, no, I'm doing the standing version, which is not the same. Dash in. You know you want to. Called it. Okay, this ending is stupid for a number of reasons, but that's fine. I fought my inner demon, and now I'm, like, all shattered and broken. And again, it's always the same result no matter what. Just like, fine, send her back. I'll just stay here. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Self-sacrifice and all. And if this is to be believed, the causing of the disappearances shouldn't disappear because that Arthur stays from the game. So the disappearances should still be happening every time he fights. Unless I'm mistaken something. So it doesn't even solve the other problem. Your complexion's improved a lot. Are you feeling any better? Yep, I've been eating all of my meals and they say I can even start rehabilitation soon. And it's all because you gave me your blood. Thanks a lot. This doesn't make any sense. What illness can be cured by blood? Unless the kid had, like, super AIDS or something. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Well, they did the same to him. I think he tries to say his name, but it's a different thing. You know? Mission complete. You did the mission again. Did you kill them again? Slippy shit is in for repairs. Yeah, uh-huh. Peppy ship's in for repairs. Uh-huh. Falco ship's in for repairs. Uh-huh. Yeah, you did. You need to get your bath. You don't need to thank me. The one you should be thanking is... What's the matter? Why are you crying? It's nothing. I just remembered my friend slash boyfriend slash best friend that I used to be involved with, but then I left him in another world, in another dimension, so I could come back and give you my blood. When I get better, I'll ask your friend to teach me Twin Blade style. He's so cool. What the fuck are you talking about? Why was he even wielding Twin Blades at all? Actually, I haven't seen him for a while. I hope he stops by soon. Go get your bath. I swear. I'm sure he's fine. He's in a world where he can fight to his heart's content, testing his limits without worrying about being too strong. Okay, listen. I'm gonna go with the idea that these were like our world Japanese students. First off, I'm going to assume he didn't have a weapon going into that world. What was he doing in our world with twin blade training, where he was worried about being too strong? And in the short time he was in Britain, or that Britain, where did he think he got that? Like, what? Plot, come on. So I'll keep believing we'll see him again, and I'll wait for that day with you. Like, martial arts is one thing, right? But how many weapon practitioners do you see out there that can practice with their weapon as a martial art? And again, Arthur Lounsbury, that's his name. That is literally his name. That has to be like the weirdest joke ever. But yeah, out of the people I've played so far, so far I've played Snow White, I've played Blade Protector, I've played Zex, I played Nimue, and I played EI. So far, of the people I have played, Nimue's been fun. But that's just because I can fire a giant laser whenever I want to. Yeah, no, I know that. I think that's what the alternate story's about, too. Like, the reason it's there is so you can play those characters, but I don't know. I'll test them out later. But basically, I've been trying to get the characters either I was kind of interested in or that I just had no interest in off the board. They don't even show up in alternate? Oh, really? Oh well, that's fine. What color palettes do you have? Like, 7 is universally good. I just wish they didn't always end up with white hair. I can't find my color palette anywhere. Let's go default. So what's the recommended? Like, I just want to know. Like, what are the recommended supports? I've tried a few of these. The fact that she has volleyball is nuts. Leaf and all the level 1 assists are not bad. Really? I don't know. I was having a hard time using that one. Like, she does put up a barrier, but like, eh. The little alien thing is hilarious, though. Sorcery King? Sorcery King. Oh, Sorcery King up here. Magic Guild, Technosmith. That one. Yeah, she does have the ice bubble. Lancelot for good Oki and traps. Good for combos, neutral straw to win. Just for shits and grins. Really? Diva? Diva. I remember her. Really? Little Gray is funny. She sucks. Interesting. You know, I haven't used a lot of the Fire Boys. I know that's probably cursed, but let's go all fire here. I kind of do. I don't know how that works per se. So this is the same no matter which one I pick. They're both main character Kun, so, you know. I know if it's like a different element or something like that, like you get extended combos, that sort of thing. I couldn't tell you how to activate it. He was a student who was studying abroad in a culture exchange program. During a tour of landmarks related to King Arthur, became caught in the distortion of space-time, was flung into Britain. After becoming an Arthur by pulling out Excalibur's fairy's direction, his travel guidebooks mistaken for Divine Chronicles. For a reason, he was mistakenly believed a historian from the future. In order to return home and help save his friend's brother, he joined the Great Tournament. So it's essentially the same story, no matter which one you choose. Whoa, this is a real sword. Haven't used one since I quit kendo practice. You quit? Why'd you quit kendo? I'm installed the support software to help you get the most out of it. But you seem to know how to handle a sword. I never got that serious about practice, but I always liked this twin blade style. Still, I was kind of hoping I never need to actually use it. What kind of bullshit is this? I gave up on kendo once. That's why I'm so good with swords. Didn't think I needed it, though. What? Let your talents go to waste? Come on, if you're ready, we should get going. Everyone's raring to fight you. Well, if I have to, then let's get it over with. I just hope my friend will be okay. She puts on a brave face, but it won't keep her for long. That stance is just so douchey to me. Why is he leaning back that far? Nice kick. Anyway. Technique. It's just called technique. Got it. Perfect. It's the best fighting stance ever. Yeah. Truly. During the second hit of serious thrash possible. What? Oh. Oh. Bunny and Korasha. Oh, and he's got a command grab? No, wait, what is that? That's not a command grab. Huh.
俺は俺を超える
I'm gonna try and get this. The fuck? That was a huge blast. Just do it really fast. Again, they have this talk with Guinevere every time. Just mash it and it should come out. Rize I'm curious about, because she reminds me so much of Lifa from, like, Sword Art, it's not even funny. And I know, that's probably a cursed thing to talk about, but still. Tears of Mana, I got you. This man really did just say, "Say no." Oh, that's a good anti-air. There is no kendo user in the world that looks or stands like that with twin blades for any goddamn reason. Yeah, but honestly, I keep getting mana back so quickly. Like, at least here. I'm not too worried about it. Also, I like how this super is literally spin the sword and then punch really hard. You are my king, but not a king. Quickly help to hinder me. Whoa, 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 hold on. What's your deal? Nothing you're saying makes sense. Your presence is an inauspicious good omen. If things continue as they are, a great calamity will create peace. Therefore, for the sake of the Arthurs, I will protect and eliminate you two. So you're after my friend too? Then it's time to get serious. We need to get back to our world as quickly as possible. I feel like that's better explained in Japanese. But, like, her contradicting sentences are, like, really weird. It's like the second hit is able to be canceled into it. And yet, I don't see how that's possible. Like, I keep trying. I can get the DP fair enough, but... Or, wait. Hang on, wait. Maybe I misunderstood that. Okay, so you can go into aerial thrust from serious thrash. Okay, got it. That makes more sense to me. I thought it was from serious thrash, or not, from aerial thrust into serious thrash, because I read that backwards. I was like, why would the DP let me go into that? But, okay, that makes more sense to me. Is this a counter? What? Is that a charge? What is that? Is it only from one direction? Right, so is it a grab? It is a counter. Okay, that's what it is. What refreshing frustration. Your power has given me victorious defeat. Thanks for the compliment. Now don't get in our way again. Wow, you're so understanding of the situation. I can't believe this is our main protagonist. He's so kind. Yes and no. Also, allow me to give you some advice. Have the differently same scent I do. I would dubiously trust them. Huh? Wait. What do you... Ugh, she left before explaining it. But what's wrong with Namane and Nyue? I don't even know how to pronounce it. Like, I think it's like... But like... Namane is easy. Nyue is just like a whole different thing. They're helping us, aren't they? No. No, they're not. Bisclavaret. I love her fucking huge hammer for no goddamn reason. It's just there. It is a new game, yes. But not new in the idea that it's a new anything. It's from 2019. With some exceptions. Correct. Fire! Does this fighting game have lore? I'm gonna say yes and no. It has lore in the sense that, yeah, they tried to do something with the story, but I wouldn't call it a good one. The fighting game part of this is fine. Oh, that was the DP. That was not what I wanted. wow, you stuffed it. All right. I wanted the counter. You suck. Oh, you can stop that. Okay. I thought it had like invincible startup.
ふにゃもう終わったわね。そろそろご飯時じゃない？
そうだな。ちゃちゃっと何か作るよ。
別に。
Apparently he's a good chef too or something, but that's never explained. Okay, hold it right there for a moment. Can you jump twice for me if you don't mind? I do believe you hear the jingle of money. That was a joke. I'm only kidding. But I do have a real question for you. Are you aware of the disappearances happening all over the place? Disappearances? Like vanishing without a trace? No, what else would they mean? I guess not. But now that I have you here, let me give you a little test. That is to say, on guard. That was a cute little flip she did. That's just a good combination in general right there for that meter, like for the gem cost, I'm okay with that. Ow. Early burst. Stop jumping around. You know, that's fair. Excalibur Smash.
また服燃やしちゃって。
悪い。わざとってわけじゃ。
ま、あんたが本気になれたってんならいいんじゃない？
ありがとう。
Oh, I have a message. Time out. Let me check. So did it happen during the tournament? Oh, it did happen during the tournament. Huh? What happened? Another disappearance, like I was talking about before. For whatever reason, they only happen when either of you two fight. Seems like a bad case to me. No one realizes what this means. But I feel an abnormal power within you. Please take extra caution from here on out. You're killing people!
少しだけ頑張ってみる。This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge. 行く。この壁。逃がさない。
What is the range? That does go quite a way, doesn't it? Is there nothing I can do to extend up there? Or is it, like, can I do assist up there? Oh, I can. Oh, that's an idea. Looks like you can actually control your power, unlike her. I guess because you've gotten stronger will or something. Everyone tells me I'm forceful by nature. But what do you mean by control? Whenever you fight, a small distortion in space-time emerges, and the humans and fairies caught in it can never return. A black hole, you could say. So those mysterious disappearances have been because of us? The problem is because the two of you are from another space-time. The synergistic effects have seemed to make power swell at a faster rate. This isn't good. Nothing like this was written in Merlin's plans. I don't know who this Merlin is, but what'll happen if it keep fighting? Listen, if you went abroad and you went to a touristy sort of thing to see King Arthur's whole thing, you know who Merlin is. There's no way you don't. Worst case scenario of all, Britain gets sucked up into distortion in space-time. And unfortunately, New Anna can't do anything about it. So I just have to get back home before that happens. Better hurry and get the rest of the Arcana blood. Unfortunately, I cannot fight you as Arthur. With each battle, your power grows even greater. What? Should it continue, it's very possible it will disrupt the fabric of space-time, trapping all Britain in distortion of space-time. You will feel the expansion of yours happening, however faintly, yes? Still, I have a duty to help my friend get back home. If you're going to stop me, I won't show any mercy. I see. Then demonstrate the strength of your duty.
ちゃちゃっと何か作るよ。
別に。
Your existence is affecting Britain even beyond the Akasiac record you hold. Do you realize that? I do, and like you said, I feel that power getting stronger with each battle. Still, I can't put my weapon down yet. Mm-hmm.
Back.
Nice job. Did you brush your teeth? Good job. Need to help her get back home so she can save her brother. They mean a lot to me, so that's how I'm going to I'm paying them back. Further words against one such as determined as you be uncouth. I leave it in your hands. However, she is another matter. I have been told she is wildly attacking other Arthurs and fairies. What did you say? Hey, Nimane, where are you? There's no need to shout. I'm right here. What's the meaning of this? What happened to her? It's just like I said before. You can control that power unlike her. She's been completely consumed by it, and her mind is lost and out of control. No. Well, as you can imagine, Arthurs are those that can hold Excalibur. The rulers of Britain. Which is what this realm in this game is called. And there are millions of them. Which is why it's called Million Arthur, Arcana Blood. I mean, technically, yes. Although I would say these are Japanese, they just happen to be on a tourist thing. They got sucked into the Britain dimension. All she focused on now is collecting Arcana Blood. If nothing else is done, she'll end up causing a bloodbath. Are you going? Yes, I vow to stop her by my own hand, so please, before interfering, give me more time. You need to stop killing him. I swear. Every time. Very well. I wish you luck in the coming battle. Or just beat the game. Yeah, I see. Hey, what's wrong with you? You'd never say anything like that. I can hear it. The sound of my brother's blood. His life draining from his body. Are you completely swallowed by power? Snap out of it. Let me ask you one thing before we fight. Nimane, did you trick us by filling the Holy Grail variant with Arcana Blood and breaking it with the Holy Lance variant? It truly will open a distortion in space-time that will take you back to your world. But the both of you have become so powerful the path can only withstand one. Otherwise, space and time itself would tear apart. I see, but if I leave her alone, she'll just keep attacking everyone. That's why I'm going to stop her from bloodying her hands any further. Stop me. Stop me! You're an Arthur too, aren't you? Then you're dead. You were the one who always got on my back for slacking off at kendo practice. It's time for me to return the favor. Koros. That was not the input I put in it. Oh, it went under me? Alright, I mean, yeah, I guess it was on the ground.
俺を超える
Wait, did she hit my shadow? And that got me? Or what happened there? I might be dead. Yep. Well, that's the first loss I've had in a while, but then again, I was playing pretty poorly there. Oh! Should have connected. Oh well. My spacing was off, I know. I might as well just do the level 1s. At least that one's a little more consistent to hit. Yeah, because every time I try to do the level 2 or not, it does not go through. And again, he just... Oh yeah, let her go back. I'll stay here. It's fine. Why? Training again. Take a break so we can do something fun already. It's like Namane wants to go on a date with him or something. It's weird. Don't bother me when I'm motivated for once. There are lots of fighters way stronger than me here, so I want to keep training up. Saddle boy. You'll be fine. And you say that with a smile on your face. Are you excited to have strong opponents? All this time I've been holding back this power of mine so I wouldn't hurt anyone. Call me shameless, but I'm going all out in a fight. I think it's kind of fun. Yes, Japanese teenager has been holding back all his strength this entire time and is able to take on fully trained knights in combat. He's been holding back. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. She could hear you say that. I'm sure she'd feel a little better about how everything turned out. Anyway, forget about the heavy stuff and let's go have some fun. Ninue made sandwiches, so we can take those and go on an adventure. If you're going to twist my arm, I guess I could take a break anyway. By the way, weren't you supposed to disappear after you completed your task? Well, no harm in sticking around a little longer, since you're still here and under our charge, as we thought it'd help you get used to life in Britain. Yeah, fair enough. But I don't plan on becoming king, just so you know. Hey, are you listening? Wait until people respond before running off. Alright, so that's all the characters I wasn't particularly interested in off the board. Now we get into the characters that I'm like, okay, they got a good look. Please to make your select. Eh? So we've got Thief, we've got Bisclaveret, we have Void, and we have Reese's. Honestly, I want to get Riaz out of the way. Only because every time I fought with her in this game, she's either getting her ass kicked or not really relevant. At least Nimue has been sort of relevant. And Void of Eternal Flame is just like... They got the look. They got the look. Just need to know if they got the color palette. 7 is so good. They just need to stop giving them white hair. I forgot to customize it. It's fine. So this is the same as always. Welcome. We brought new Arthurs in. Blah, 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 blah. She is a knight created with the genes of the queen and leader of the Amazonas army. Still with much of her progenitor's memories intact. After the raiders destroyed her homeland, she wishes both for its restoration and rescue of her younger brother, Elliot. Believing that the Divine Chronicle, brought by the historians from the futures, contains information on where he is, she joins the Great Tournament. I like that it's just like literally a guide for their vacation. What am I doing here? My memory is hazy. You are a newborn knight. However, you appear unstable since you have only just emerged from the lake. Lake? What? Oh, I remember. I have a brother. His name is Elliot. I must go find him. Wait a moment. The great tournament is going on outside. It's dangerous. Where are you, Elliot? Please answer if you can hear me. Completely oblivious. No, not Nimue. And your commands are Heaven's Spear and anti-air attack, Gale Lance, Dragon's Fang Spear. During Dragon Fang Spear, change direction. You really don't have a lot going on. 100 Flower Spear. Whirlwind Lance Wave. And immediately forward or back. Doesn't seem to be a lot in her kit, but hey.
Does she have a pogo jump? She does. Kind of. It's not very good, but it does work. Guinevere should be a playable character. I'm just saying. She should be better than an assist.
バイアバーガー暴言トゥーペレ相手にとって不足はないぜ
My man over here yelling about burgers. Oh, I get what was happening. So down, okay, I get it. It's a free anti-air for her. It's a free DP. I was like, what am I doing there? Yeah, so the Gale Lance would, yeah, okay. Excuse me, may I ask a quick question? Have you seen a small boy around here? He's my brother. You couldn't have been more descriptive? You just had to ask for a small boy? There are plenty of those. Sorry I haven't, but maybe his whereabouts are written in the Akisiak records. Really? And where can I find that? What did you say, dwarves? You won't tell her. Eek, wait, calm down. Dwarves really do be like that.
姫様のため奏でましょうぞ。
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. Press battle. Dodge. 負けません。諦めません。そこ入ります。覚悟しなさい。そこ。
I feel like there should be a follow-up there. Forgive me, I can't hold back when it comes to my brother. Please, don't worry about it. The dwarves are no worse for wear either. Anyway, I heard that some historians carrying the Divine Chronicles have joined the tournament. Perhaps they know where your brother is. Thank you very much. Just wait, Elliot. I'll save you.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
Are you the knight that's looking for your brother? I heard that you put up a good fight. Come on, let's rumble. Please wait, I don't want to take part in any unnecessary battles. No battle is unnecessary in a tournament. Each bout is another honorable clash of metal. Very well, then I will spare no mercy. As a leader of the Amazonas army, I accept your challenge.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
That one's just area denial. I apologize, but I cannot afford to hold back until I rescue my brother. No big deal. I would have been offended if you did, but it sounds like he means a lot to you. Ever since he was born, I've been watching after him in the place of our late mother. That's why I must find him. Well, I hope you find him soon, but be careful. There's something strange about this tournament.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
I missed. I wonder if that works as a launcher for that. It doesn't seem like it does. Wonderful! Every time with her. Are you a historian from the future? Please give me the Divine Chronicles. I have to find out where my kidnapped brother is, and the Divine Chronicles should have information about it, so I'm begging you. Oh, you're risking your life to save your brother too? Huh. But I'm just a regular foreign exchange student, and I don't have anything like a Divine Chronicles. I see, so you intend to deceive me so as not to lose them. In that case, regrettable as it is, I will seize them from you by force. Pudding. No approaching. Wait, your DP beat my TP? Alright, fine. I'm trying to do a back throw, dang it. You're not making it easy though. Okay, so it's the same. Sorry, but I'm not the one with the travel guidebook. She's got it, but right now. What is the matter? She's desperate to get back to her home world so she can save her little brother. For that, she needs the Arcana blood. And it's the life force of the Arthurs and the Fairies, which means she'll kill everyone in Britain at this rate. What? Nani? She's not herself anymore, so it's up to me to stop her. You shouldn't move or you'll reopen your wounds. I apologize. You were stronger than expected, so I fought with my full strength. Your friend also wants to save her brother, just as I do. Then I will stop her. Surely my brother would not be pleased if I did not right any unintended wrongs I committed while searching for him. Okay, then I'll let you handle it. Just stop her at any cost. She's not as tough as she lets on, so by the time her power overtook her, it was too late. But if you succeed, I'll do anything you want. Very well, in the name of my lost country, I swear to save your friend. You're his childhood friend, right? Please give me the Divine Chronicle so I may save my brother too. I can hear it. The sound of my brother's blood, blah, 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 blah. Arcana blood. She's lost her senses. Then I must fulfill my promise and defeat her. Oh, this isn't good. She's completely lost her Britons. It's good to gone. Has done nothing to stop her? No, she can still be saved. Just the fact that she wants to help her brother is proof that she hasn't forgotten compassion. No, it's already too late for that. Her power has greatly exceeded our expectations, and even if you do stop her sending both back to the home world, I won't give up. Neither should you. Resist the power overtaking you for your brother's sake. Do it for your Oni-chan!
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
I missed. I missed. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. Reversal. Thank God for spinning Windblade.
Why would I do that?
Here's the Divine Chronicles you wanted, but I don't think it'll live up to your expectations. It is not here. There's no mention of Elliot anywhere. Sorry I couldn't be more help, even after you saved my friend. Do not worry, I did not fully comprehend your situation, but in returning home she was able to save her brother, correct? If another is spared the same pain I know, that is enough for me. Thanks! Must be off now to continue my search. Wait a little longer, Elliot. I promise I will find you and save you. And someday I shall restore Laurent with our own hands. Mother, Father, please watch over me. Your daughter will succeed no matter what the cost.
Game over. Please tell me your select.
It's so close. It's so gosh dang close. She is a knight said to have the genes of a dragon and Kagetsuchi due to two kinds of flames she possesses. The truth is unknown. She herself does not care. Of greater concern is how she harms anyone who befriends her. Thinking that bringing the Divine Chronicles to the historians from the future possessed to Arthur will please him, she joins the tournaments. Hey, did you see the extra? Wait. Oh, there are two historians from the future here. Yeah, I did. They even got Divine Chronicles or what have you with them. Right, and whoever wins the tournament will have their name known for all of eternity. A tournament, Divine Chronicles. Maybe Arthur will be pleased to receive them. Which one? I will join you. I will join for the sake of him, the only one who does not fear my arm.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
Anti-air attack. Fusion. Phosphor and blaze. Rending flame, eternal flame. Scorching flame during blast attack.
余裕でピンクレーキングハウス左で胸が浮かびます。お尻が強気余裕で僕が姿となり標的で休みません。ブレーキングハウスもう一度燃えろ。はあ、いつか朝と踊れるといいな。
Pardon me? That's not the first time I've seen like a gown pop out, and I'm really confused.
あんた強そうだね。かかっておいでよ。This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge. そこ。どいて。かないよ。どいて。もう。召喚。ちょいのちょいでしたよ。邪魔しないで。もう一全部燃やして溶かして消すよ。アーサーの邪魔させない。どいて。もう一度うがつそここの程度飛べ飛べ飛べもう一度全部燃やして溶かして消すよ。もう一度召喚。ちょいのちょいでしたよ。飛べ。はあ、いつか朝と踊れるといいな。
Again, why the gown? Be you friend or foe? Neither. I am only searching for my brother. For that reason, I want the Divine Chronicles as a complete record of history, from the past to the future. I see, unfortunately, those chronicles are for Arthur. It will be mine, then his. Anyone who gets in my way will be turned to ash. Which Arthur?
風が鳴いている。This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge. どいて。飛べ。もう一度。
That throw is aggressive.
近づかないで。
Whee! Anything that touched your arm burst into flames. Yet Arthur does not fear me for that. He alone has befriended me. I wish to repay his debt of kindness and receive his praise, so I desire the Divine Chronicles above all else. Sounds like you want it as bad as I do. Then I will gracefully admit defeat. I'm sorry, Elliot.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge. 残さない。何するんですか。
Got him.
だいぶ制御できてきた。いい感じ。
You're strange, you are an Arthur, but not. You're pretty sharp. My name is Zek Siegfried, or you could say Bruder. Not that you'd recognize it, yeah. I also sense that you are one of the raiders. That makes you an enemy. An enemy of Arthur's, enemy. This arm of mine will set you aflame.
何時ら主の完全である。全身と全霊をもってその命をなせ。
You're doing a lot of talking over there.
絶対に勝つ。
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
Well, this is gonna miss, but it's fine. No, my burst. It's fine. Do it again. Like, I'm trying to figure out the Flame's hitbox because it's very deceptive about where it should hit and where it does hit.
制御できてきた。いいか。
I'm blind. All enemies of Arthur will burn and burn until there's nothing left but ash. Youch, I didn't think I'd run into anyone too hot to handle before Arthur. You'll never face him while I stand. I am shield. Well, aren't you very model of a loyal knight? If Arthur of Camelot has people like you following him, messing with him sounds like a bad idea. I'll withdraw for now. No line of dialogue between these two? I did the same thing he did, and it's just like, no, he gets priority. Alright, thanks, game. Just went right around. Lancelot just said, nah, I'm not touching that. What the heck was that recovery? They could have mixed that up, you know. Are you the historian? I want you to give me the Divine Chronicles. It's just a travel guidebook. We're just your ordinary foreign exchange students. So that was a lie. Then I will burn you along with your lie. Not good at listening, are you? Look, I don't have the time to deal with this. Don't blame me for getting a little rough. My. Giggity, giggity, goo. Oh. A fighting game. Million Arthur. Oop. Arcana Blade. Oh, that is a combo? I guess not. To say I was confused when that didn't, like, actually hit would be an understatement. Let's do it. I never thought I'd be stopped now of all times, but if nothing's done, her power will swallow all of Britain. Is that something which would displease Arthur? Huh? Yeah, considering he lives here. For that matter, I think it affects anyone who goes by the name of Arthur. Then I will stop her. Anything that will harm Arthur, I will burn. That is my purpose. Whoa, wait! She's been completely taken over by power, so she's not Hey, are you even listening? I will burn Arthur's enemies. Ugh, there's no getting through to her. And with this wound, I can't even follow her anytime soon. All I can do is hope that she'll hold out until I get there. So you're the bane of Arthur. I will burn you. Whatever reason you have, whatever burden you bear, it does not matter if you oppose Arthur. One track mind, one track mind. Are you the ones responsible for this? Mere puppets. I see, then I'll burn everything, including you. Wow. Just no hesitation. Burn! Kodos. You're a pain to deal with. Chew on this. Okay, she jumped. Ah, almost. I had the right idea. if you're just going to keep running at me and trying to swing at my empty frames, I will put out that summon. He will block and beat the crap out of you. He's just like, yeah, send her back. I don't care what happens to her. But more interestingly, I was unable to obtain the Divine Chronicles. Arthur will be displeased. I and my arms can do nothing but incinerate. Oh, I would beg to differ. What? Nani? Your actions have saved all of Britain. Once informed of this, I have no doubt Arthur will be overjoyed. Will he praise me? Absolutely. Will he pat me on the head? You should ask him that yourself. Oh, Arthur. Wait, was that it? That's the whole thing? I mean, as far as stories go, it's not the worst one I could have gotten, but it's pretty bad. I get a head pat. I saved the kingdom. Wow. Alright, so... done. Honestly, I do like Void a lot. Like, I really do. Very fun character to play. Very fast. So that only leaves Thief Arthur and Biz Claveret. I think I'm going to go with Type 2. Biz Claveretto. We get so close with the color palette. We get so close. Sleepy boy. Thank you. I haven't seen this one yet. At least I don't think I have. She once longed to become a knight, but that longing twisted into jealousy. It became a curse of her own creation, changing her into a werewolf, but one that could be reversed whenever she wished. However, she realized it would be better to keep the power the curse brought. In a sense, she entered the great tournament with the purpose of challenging strong opponents. Oh, an extra. What's the news? A great tournament of Britain, huh? The victors will earn recognition of the historians of the future or have their name recorded in all history. Wow, sounds pretty amazing. No, more than just sounds. It will be amazing. That's what my wolf senses tell me. Spice and Wolf returns for a new season. Oh, sorry. There's no way I can't join, so there should be lots of strong fighters there. It'll be a blast. All I gotta do now is figure out where to sign up. I'm gonna hit you really hard with a hammer. I hope you understand. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand. Home run swing. During normal throw possible. Gaia's Fury, Burning Spiral, Rabbit Hunt, Sea Holdable, Hammer Tornado, Feasting Frenzy in the air, Chain Bumma, Oh, that is a short range. I'm still trying to understand this command list here. Oh my god. Hit me. He wouldn't hit me. Meat, meat.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle,
Let me see if I understand this correctly. Rabbit Hunt. What? What just happened? I want you to jump, you know that, right? Oh. During normal throw possible. Wait. Oh, the home run swing. I got it. Anyway, I missed. Divine Chronicles will be mine, and then it will be Arthur's. Hey, that's a good idea you have there. How much do you think he'll like it? You are an obstacle. Anyone who shares my purpose will be turned into ash. Oh, throwing down the gauntlet. Sounds good to me. Bring it on. I wonder if there's a chain combo going on here. There we go. Why is there always like some sort of wedding gown outfit going on? What am I missing? Victory is mine. One step closer to the Divine Chronicles. If you do not have it, I must search for its owner. Then together we will burn it. Whoa, hold on a minute there, you pyromaniac. Would Arthur really want that? No, he would not. In that case, I will leave you to find it. Oh, I missed. I keep trying to test the range, but I think I've got to be like extremely close, or it doesn't do anything. I keep trying to get her coming in, but it's just like she's just shy every time. Huh? Do you have your name recorded in history too, Nimue? Or do you just want to let loose? My mission is the same and different. I am looking into those two fairies and collecting information to discard. You mean the ones running the tournament? Nimue? What about them? That is not yet known. You should also cooperate and not interfere in my investigation. Here I come.
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
There we go. Wait. So did you learn anything from that fight? My hypothesis is correct. A major trivial matter is happening, something that will shake all of Britain. You're not really being very clear. You can keep fighting in tournaments, right? Yes and no. Please do, and I will continue stopping my investigation. Jesus Christ. I need to understand if the super did that, or if that was a property of a different thing going on. I think that was Hammer Cyclone, or Hammer Time, but I'm not sure. Okay, that was Hammer Cyclone. Ruined my fun. Ruined my fun. Although I did miss the shot 3 different times, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, it's just that super. It just knocks him into space.
いい汗かいた。
I'm Bliss Claveret. I'm a werewolf. You're awfully upbeat for one, but you're also after my travel guide. I mean, the Akashic record. Nah, I'm not all that interested in it, actually. What I really want to do is have fun fighting all kinds of warriors. I know what you mean. It's kind of cool being able to fight without holding back, but I'm in a hurry right now, so I might get a little rough. I don't think he's been rough one day in his life. I don't think the boy knows what that means.
昨日私が取っといたプリン食べたっしょ。
いやそれ俺じゃないぞ
きっちり話を聞かせてもらうから。
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
やったな。
まだまだ
Ah, that was a whiff.
まだまだ
Ruined my fun for the last time. Never again.
あー、眠くなっちゃった。もにゃもにゃ。
I swear, they're just trying to put her in different outfits and seeing what works, and it is working. Needs to stop. Wasn't expecting to fight someone as strong as you before coming up against her. Ow. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to hurt you that badly. Don't worry about it. It's my fault for being so new to this. Well, see you around. Wait, where are you going? You can barely walk. Gotta stop her no matter what. She's not normal, and if she isn't stopped... But you still can't push yourself. Are you talking about the other historian? Yeah, I've known her since we were kids. But she's been consumed by power. At this rate, she'll kill all the other Arthurs and fairies. If that's the problem, then leave it to me. I chose to stay a wolf to help humans. I'm definitely going to find a way to help your friend. But I can't just let anyone else. I can handle it. I promise it'll be okay. Ugh, I can't say no to eyes like that. Eyes. Quote unquote. Eyes. Fine, you go in my place. Just stop her at any cost, and I'll get there as soon as I've healed up a bit. Okay, I'll show everyone the true strength of a wolf. Who is she? Her power is making all my fur standing on end. If this gets any worse, all of Britain will be destroyed. Those aren't the eyes of a sane person. She's seriously going to kill everyone. Not while I'm around. I promised him I'd get her under control. We won't know until we try. No strength is completely unbeatable. That's what I believe. But I'm a strong wolf lady. That's why I can get around with it. Kudos. Hammer spin on the run. I missed. Hey, that's my move. I missed. Because I'm that good, I missed. Yeah, I'm dead. What do you mean that missed? Can't move. I got frame trapped every time I pushed a button. I'd be blocking and then it's just like, alright, my turn. Nope, not my turn. Okay, my turn. Nope, not my turn. Okay, my turn. Just over and over again for three solid hits there. Wait, what? There we go. Ow! She's dead. You landed like that, you're dead. Like, there's no way. I don't care about this. Just tell me about the cat girl. The wolf girl. Thank you very much. With your help, Merlin's plan was continued to a halt. The two fairies that were created like me were also awakened once more to sleep. You seriously don't make any sense, but I take it everything's back to normal. Too bad I wasn't able to get a hold of the Divine Chronicles, or whatever it was called, but I got to fight a whole lot of people, so I'm more than satisfied. For assisting in our investigation, I will accept a request of your reward. Simply state and withdraw what you wish to receive. Whoa, seriously? Then I want meat. A big steak, fresh off the cow. Your request has been accepted and disposed. The best worst meat in Britain is being prepared at Camelot's expense. Yeah, I'll be eating good tonight. That's a way better prize than some book. How practical, but very like you. It is charming and disappointing. Here you are. Wow, it looks incredible. Nothing else left to say but time to chow down. You know what? I agree. There's nothing quite like a good meal. Alright, we have one character remaining on the vanilla list for the main story. What I'll probably do the next time I stream is, like, we'll check out the other story and then the other characters that are remaining. Test out a few other things. But Thief Arthur! Damn it. Just cannot get my color scheme. Can't get it. I forget what theirs was. Just to throw things off. She simply meant to steal treasure from the Palace of Camelot, only to accidentally pull out Excalibur, which earned her the right to become ruler. She did not want to take on that responsibility in the least. But she had to become a thief, or she had become a thief to give the poor, so she had a similar desire to protect the populace. With her eyes set on the Divine Chronicles brought by the historians from the future, she entered the great tournament. So those two are from the future, the new Arthurs? Somehow I find that suspicious. And the Divine Chronicles of theirs is supposed to contain detailed records of everything that has happened in the past and the future? Does a thing like that truly exist? And if it did, how much would it be worth? A thief like myself can't sit idle while attempting treasure rests in arm's reach. I should join that tournament too. Ready or not, here I come.
騎士たちよ、汝ら主の眼前である。全身と全霊をもってその命をなせ。絶対に勝つ。
This is a Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
Oh, that is a good button. Technique, yes. Jumping / sneaky dispatch, revolving thrust. Okay. Grip trick, twin daggers, whirlwind, wire shot. So that one's pretty good. So that is just her universal combo ender right there. Wait, is that a command grab? What is that? Why? I was scared shitless there for a second. Just threw off her clothes and said, hey, here you go. Why?
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
I walked into that one. That was my own fault. Recognized as Arthur of the Hebradi? Yeah, sure. Training grounds. Sharing information to be kept secret. Currently investigating and ignoring historians. Beg your pardon, but I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Their presence is an unauspicious good omen. If things continue as they are, a great calamity will create peace. Therefore, for the sake of the Arthurs, I will protect and eliminate them. If only we're here to interpret. No matter... Your words are of no avail. Force will prevail. This is very weird. You're not wrong. You're not incorrect. I missed! I want to get this grab badly, because I think that's what it's supposed to be, but I can't tell. Stop throwing your clothes at the screen. Stop it! As a cautionary suggestion to the Arthur, there is currently many rare instances of disappearances. And now you're beginning to make sense. I'm assuming these disappearances have nothing to do with the fairies and their mischief? Yes and no. I have come to assumed conclusion that this tournament is the cause. I believe Namane and Ninyue are suspiciously innocent. I'm not the one to take anything from a fairy at face value, but it certainly seems this is no ordinary contest.
This is a Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge. こんなもんですね。
And off she goes. Excuse me, may I ask a quick question? I've seen a small boy around here. He's my brother. Plenty. What? It's possible you also disappeared? What do you mean by that? If you know something about what happened to him, please tell me right away. I say calm yourself. Fine, if you won't, then I'll do it for you. Damn, threatening.
ここはどこなんでしょう。
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please tell me your select. First battle, judge.
DP!
行きますよ。
I wonder if that's how you do that move. It is! Okay, so I got it. That's what that's for. I was like, what is that move for? And it's a launcher into the super. That's what it is.
Second battle, judge. 覚悟しなさい。
So for that super specifically, that's what that's for.
Let it change his
ざっとこんなもんですよ。それじゃこいつはいただいていきますね。
I apologize. I lost control of myself. Think nothing of it. All this searching made you worried. Yes, I was hoping the book carried by historians from the future would mention where he is, so I joined the tournament to win it. So the Divine Chronicles is being used to bait and lure other participate, the strange disappearances, the Divine Chronicles, and the suspicious fairies. Twould be a good idea to have Urtek investigate. Who?
This is the Kingdom's Junction. Please
I'm gonna throw my knives at you.
battle, judge.
いきますよ。
I thought I had enough time. I did not. I missed because I was too high.
ざっとこんなもんですね。
Second battle, judge.
いきますよ。
I forgot that the anti-air is a command input, which is weird. I've got to do it quicker than that. It's like at the very start of that move. Really? That might actually kill. Her head really hurts. Cool. We finally meet, Mr. Historian. May I ask you a question? Could you tell me the Akashic records you hold is genuine? It's just a regular old travel guidebook. The two of us are really foreign exchange students, not historians from the future. From anywhere. I see. Just as Uatak discovered, this means, regrettable as it is, I must end your journey here. That came out of nowhere. Still, I won't lose so easy. We've got, still got to get back home. I won't put those swords down until we do. That stance is so stupid. I hate it. I'm a firing my laser. Alright, anyway. I'll be frank. You have been fooled by Namane Nyunue. I've discovered that if you continue fighting, your power will grow so great that it will create a distortion in space-time that you'll swallow you whole in Britain. Blah, 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 blah. Well, it's not that much of a concern to me personally, but as an Arthur, I couldn't let this problem worsen. We're destroying Britain? Shocking, but true. I must ask you to not fight anymore. Sorry, but I can't quit now, not until I've stopped her. You mean the other historian? Right, we've been friends for years, but she's been acting strange lately. And if what you said about her power was true, she'll probably be consumed by it. She'll keep collecting Arcana blood even if she has to kill every last Arthur and fairy in Britain. How unsettling. But I'll stop her myself. It's how I'll pay her back for taking care of me all this time, so don't... Ow! You aren't stopping anyone in that condition. I intended to hold back, but you left me no choice. Let me stop her in your place. If she wants to kill all the Arthurs, that includes me, so I should attempt it now rather than later. I don't like to sugarcoat my words. It's entirely possible that this won't have a happy ending. Fine, I'll let you handle her. I'll join as soon as I can, so try to hold on until then. They really like using the word insipid. For no reason. This is the most dire. She's already been consumed by the power. I can sympathize with anyone willing to do whatever it takes to save another. So for the sake of your friend, I will save you. I thought I smelled suspicious fairies around here, and you two have the greatest stench of all. I knew this was going to happen. Or you knew this was going to happen. No, as unforeseen development, mere puppets. Ugh. That's a name I don't want to hear. No one should have the mercy of such filthy ambition. I'll settle this for good. They really do be hating Merlin in this universe. Surprisingly, not a member of the game. Say no. You have priority. Alright. Alright, fine. I'm still figuring out the method of this game and which one takes point. I thought it was second. That's why I did it. I went for it because I was like, okay, I probably got this, and no. The timing was bad. You can't block Gunblade. Okay, you can, but still. Fuck it. It works. Who are you? The calamity's been completely resolved. Splendid work. Well, the fact of them being historians from the future is, or what have you, was false, and it turned out to be a waste of effort. No, hold on a minute. If I can keep it a secret that the travel guidebook is not actually an Akashic record, I can still sell it off. Yes, that's it. There's no need to resort to naive honesty yet. All I have to do now is find a buyer for the Divine Chronicles. I wonder how much I should charge for it. I'll see what the old gold mine will pay. Wait, why don't I just sell it off directly, especially after I've gone through the effort of earning their acquaintance? Very well, I suppose I should have expected you would make the most of the situation. What should I do with the proceeds? Maybe I'll start tearing down that old training grounds and build my own where I can start an army. I'm bringing someone with delusions of grandeur for you to beat some sense into. Oh, the future is so rosy. All hail the Acacia Gracious. Great. Her ambitions went into, I want to make new training grounds. Alright, it is way late o'clock. What? Okay. So we'll dive into that next time. But thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for enjoying all that fun stuff. Exclamation mark socials. Join those socials if you haven't already. I need to get my shower and then head to bed because it is late. I think I have a drink up here that I did not finish, which is not Poggy's, but that's okay. So thank you. Appreciate you. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you all next time. Bye.